What's up, guys? I don't know if this looks bullish. Bulls are trying to hold 35 because gamma slips negative there. There's big fucking gaps on futures to the downside. So you got some bot calls coming in at 45, but bot puts at 40, 35, 30. Also bot puts at 50, which is really just pinning us here. Super exciting, I know. Between 40, 45, gamma doesn't really go up much to the upside. A rejection would be strong, but it has to fail 40. And then it probably will only drop to like 30, maybe 25, and then find support again. So another choppy, flat, terrible day. Well, I mean, if it keeps vol under control, that's probably what's important. We have so many data points this week. And yeah, I can see things staying pretty choppy today into like the QRA. We might get some volatility around the auctions, maybe the shorter auction. Well, actually, we have the 3 6 month and 2 year at 11:30. That's quite a lot. And I think we have the 5 year at 1 o'clock. It's just a shitload of auctions today. Hey, Dad, the thing. What? Where? Show me. Show me. Tell me. Oh fuck! The thing for the people? I'm looking at it. I also like that we're under it. That's very fancy. What's it done to the candles? Is, is it working? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting. This is very exciting. Oh, so it shrank them 4 to 1. So yeah, I guess I can show people. Let's see here. Boom. So it's messed up the candles a little bit, but if I am not mistaken, we are now tracking dealer delta exposure live. Ooh. Oh, snap. The purple line. Yep. How do we interpret that? Dealer delta exposure on the 0DT is currently negative, but goes positive above 140. Get fucked, hero. It's a nice red donger. It'd be nicer if it slipped into negative gamma. This is fucking cool. I'm not here to tell you what to or what not to do with the purple line. Theta decaying corpse. Yeah, it's from the new platform. Nuke. About a 5830p on the top, but backed out. Oh no. That contract went up. Look at this ridiculous fat gap to the downside on NQ. And yes. That's fucking dope. I'm getting more bot puts at 30. Gamma's just a little bit negative right here. Failure here would be quite bearish. Although I don't like that gap we left to the upside. Yeah, failure to regain positive gamma above 35 would not be a good sign for bulls. Is your air filter on overdrive today? Burr? Oh. I don't know. Is it? Your mic's doing weird mute things with a lot of background buzz. Oh, Jesus Christ. It probably is. I don't know how to fix it, though. It's his money printer? Silly. Hmm. A little bit of positive gamma. Feels like choptacular day until the big data and earnings start rolling in. It very well may be, yeah. I could see us trading between like 25 and 50 all day. The man gives us live dealer adjusted gamma. Pickle jar, your mic is noise canceling in and out. You know, we all have our talents. Mine is clearly not audio. Just remove the noise gate. Then that's like, is that too loud? Or is that less weird? Ooh, we fell into negative gamma again. More loud? I can make it more loud. That's not a problem. It's too loud. Your mic seems better than ever, honestly. Thanks, Yukon Cornelius. I appreciate that. Okay. I think it's working. I don't know. Is it just going like too silent? Like there's not enough white noise in the background in between me saying things? If we have dorks dunks, can we also add need to use Nidos? No. Dorks dunks isn't even a thing. The background noise is really buzzy. I think it's better-ish now. Hmm. Okay. As long as it's better. Slightly positive gamma. Really selling the shit out of the 25 put. Seems like a bad put to have. MQ find support. 20, 532, 25, 28. Hmm. Neither of those are real support levels. Just made up because bulls don't want the gap to fill. Upside calls that were bought have fallen back. Supportive gamma at spot is starting to break down on this bounce. So this might just fail again. World's shittiest tiny bear flag. I don't know, maybe they pumped to push the gap, but it doesn't look great. Maybe it's just really weird we haven't filled the gap yet. Gamma goes up to about 7 million at 58.40, drops off to negative 61 million at 35, falls to negative 4 billion at 30. Hmm. Bulls are starting to sell calls a little bit closer to spot. Yeah, I don't know about the short term, but in the longer term today, it looks like this could fail. I just don't know if we get below support at 25. Gamma's not particularly strong to the downside, but there are supports. Sounds too sharp. God damn it. Maybe that'll be better. It's just the noise gate opening and closing. But I don't know how to really soften that. Jimmy has all its, I think all of its ETF FTDs are today. Yeah. Wow, not all of them, but some of them. 675,000. I was curious, had to find out how much code we're actually writing. Wait, what? Where? Is there any inclination about auctions? I'm not sure what a bullish outcome would be for auctions. Probably a tail on the short end, like the 3 or 6 month, 2 year. Would selling 25 weekly CCs on GME be silly? I don't see why it'd be silly. Are they worth selling? It's At least right now, it's pretty unlikely that it goes up to 25. Looks like it's gonna have a hard time getting above 22. Gamma max is at 2177, which gives like an upward range, probably. Maybe it hits 25. Fairly slim chance. Positioning on it could change though. If it gets more call buyers, then Gamma Max can move up. Can Mama Yelly turn this around for bulls? A power hour? Yes. Are Fubu calls worth buying? I don't know. I'm synth long at $2 for like 2025. So we got a decent number of contracts. We'll see. This will be their 7th consecutive earnings beat if they pull it off. You said be the Gamma Max of VIX? Yeah, sure. It's 2745. I'd have to load up VXX. We don't have it. Although we should. Disliked and unsubbed. Thanks. Removed from your favorites. You're unringing my bell? You can't unring my bell. You've already rung it. There's no takesy backsies. Do you expect Fubo to get shorted down regardless of earnings? It's getting a little bit more liquid as it moves into earnings. Although the accumulation over the last 3 quarters does look nice. You guys are doing things. I'm listening to the stream via Elon Brain Chip in my sleep. I can confirm there's a loud buzzing and there's lots of horses behind you for some reason, and I am distantly here. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. You don't like Elon inserting things into your brain? Gork, I've sent you 35 member milestones. What should I send for the 36th? I want to make sure it's special and I don't waste it. 3 years is a big deal. Totally not a waste. Thanks, Sumo. STJPY almost 153. If the Fed doesn't cut, do we see it to 160 by end of November? I could see like 155, 158. If the Fed doesn't cut, mm, maybe. It depends on how much more leverage piles into the carry also, but yeah, it's possible. I mean, as long as the risk of Japan doing anything is being downplayed, which is currently a problem, um, then they're not gonna be afraid to keep over leveraging the trade. So yeah, I mean, I can see them just continuing to push it like they did earlier this year. Head and shoulders forming, sure, ish. I don't know how far the timing's off on the live stream. Hopefully, it's been reduced. It looks like my upload's pretty good today. I'm not having any problems with that. What does the last decade mean in regards to the equity bond markets? Both down flat for a long time. I mean, I don't know if down is necessarily a requirement, but flat. There's some pretty good examples of it between like the dot-com bubble and the 2008 financial crisis is a solid one. 3 seconds off, some buffering sometimes. Okay. Well, I'm still using the backup servers, so that's not too bad. Viewers are slightly ahead of Greg. Awesome. How do I milk an almond? Well, first you want to lubricate the nipple. And then you start at the back of the almond and pull towards the front. Don't go too fast. It'll seize up. But if you do it nice and slow, you should get about a drop. One single drop of juice. And then you move on to the next almond. If you use tweezers, you can't advertise your almond milk as hand milked, though. It doesn't seem worth the effort. I agree. Keep going. Almost there. Almond milk is just blended almonds and water. Yeah, we know that, dumbass. How strong is your autism that you missed out on the sarcasm there? Damn that guy. He ruined the mood. You gonna find a gastro this week? Any Rex? I don't know any gastroenterologists in Texas. Make sure you trust his eyes. I mean, those are the two meanest sentences I've heard from Gherkin in 3 years. Back to back. They are not. I've said way meaner things to people less deserving. Really? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's a really important part of that relationship. You don't want a gastroenterologist with crazy eyes. Yeah, obviously he was joking. Sheesh. Stop stroking Almond. He called me the R word once. Are you okay? Buying up oil? I'll buy oil if it goes above $70 a barrel. You called me unteachable once. I'll never remember that. Wait, I think you just told me you were unteachable. Who's ready to fondle some meatballs? Ooh. Meatball on prod? Okay, but there's no data. Don't fucking tease me like that. Wait, don't show it. I'm adding a countdown. Wow. I didn't show it to anyone. I know a really hot colorectal surgeon in Houston. If the colonoscopy goes badly, she may actually do colonoscopy if that's what it's for. Huh. Hot like honey. Jimmy looks like it popped off, and now it's doing nothing. I mean, it's up $1.50. The fuck is wrong with you guys? Whole dollar, Gherk? Come on. Fucking stock used to move up like $80 in a day. This is what you guys have settled for? It's a fucking embarrassment. It goes against everything DGen we ever believed in. Rip 510 gang. The problem with the 510 gang is they didn't unform after it worked, right? Like they kept trying to 510 gang. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, lower low on NQ. Mm, I want to squeeze some short puts and watch vol go up. The 510 gang became the bankruptcy chasers. Oh, that's unfortunate. Which bankruptcy? Eight pip tail on the 25.6. All right. Let's see. 2-year bid to cover. Still 69 billion, 74% at the high. Oof. 6 month, 4.325, 86.28% at the high. Seems like there might be some liquidity problems in the Treasury. Why does anybody want to buy our debt? That's such a great deal. We'll totally pay them back. Get ready to sell those puts. They'll have to save NQ. I know. Although, if this slips 27, ooh-wee. Mm. Two. Two. Hmm. Mm. NQ might not hold 25.50 here. Did I miss MOASS? No, I don't think so. Or maybe. Wait, on GME? That's distinctly possible. It's a good video to watch to understand what the product offers. Not yet. We're not ready. We're not ready for launch. But as we move closer to launch, we'll have some stuff out. We're gonna start, doing more Q&As and doing some introductory videos to the features and stuff like that, so that people have a better grasp of what it is and how it works. It'll be a new low on NQ under 28, 25, 28. Don't deal with this game. The rise in the yield curve is fucking crazy. Yeah, it is. How does that make you feel, Dork? Hot damn? Call the police and the fireman? Dude, you started it. The curve is gooning so hard. As it is wont to do. No, Bob. Oh, you greedy son of a bitch. I bought $5 at 15 minutes ago. Still at the same price. Now, whose fault is that? Gee, I don't know, Greg. I blame Kenny. You would. You got a lower low on NQ. Maybe this fucking thing's finally failing. What was that? Oh, did I get stopped out? Alright, fine. Someone likes Fubo this morning. It's true. It's me. I like Fubo this morning. Should I play the call? The straddle will be a good play here. Might work. I don't think there's a lot of room to the downside though, so it feels like a bit of a waste. Maybe to make some room to the downside. Doesn't seem possible. Mm. Nvidia bounce failed. I feel like you're counting your chickens, Dirk. We talked about this. What's up, turd? You're a towel. I thought you said a loss of 58.27 could extend to the downside, but we found support. Like really obvious support. Neo up more. China. What? China stimulation. China started doing reverse repo operations. Very fancy stuff. What's up, Dirk? Did you see that Pulte will pay for denied holding through the BBBY RC rug pull? I didn't, but that's awesome for him. Really hate everything about that. Come on, gap over GN. We're not bouncing super hard off of it, huh? Still higher low. Are bulls gonna start giving up on selling puts in the middle of the day again? It'd be pretty cool if they did. Mm, I'd enjoy that. Hmm. Even that poor little upside gap at 58.40 just all day. Hmm. If we lose this, well, if we lose this, we're gonna squeeze out quite a lot of short puts. I don't know. We could technically drop to like 5,800 on a failure here. Hmm. But if bulls get a bit of a foothold and push us back over 30, I think they can push the gamma positive. Well, like 33. In which case we could retest 40, 45. Next auction's at 1 o'clock. Mm. Well, they need 50 to get support. XRT calls, sweet child. Yeah. Hmm. Maybe it is time. What's something that surprised you macro wise that no one saw coming this year? I feel like I've been pretty spot on with the macro this year. I guess it was a surprise that the biggest surprise was that the Fed cut so much for no reason. What's up, Gherkin? Red candle? Yeah, about to be one. But then also just support here. We going to 20? Maybe not. Hmm. Hmm. Dork, green candle. No one asked you. What's something that surprised you macaroni wise that no one saw coming this year? Damn. These are the hard hitting questions we keep the stream going for. I don't know. R. Kelly fighting meme? Oh, the Trump video with the Dr. Seuss sticks? That was pretty surprising. I did not see that shit coming. That was peak internet. That was real. DFE coming out of the shadows for 3 weeks was pretty fun. Oh yeah, that was definitely fucking unexpected. The Poland missile kerfuffle happened in 2022. Yeah. Regards watching his videos in reverse and decoding audio files was hilarious. That was some pretty funny shit. I haven't used these in a while. Now that I've got your attention, I just want to say fuck the pores. Thanks, Costellosaurus. Beautifully put. Sorry I missed it, but is there support here besides weekly GN? Yeah, there's sold puts. There's a bunch of sold puts, 20, 15, 25. Gamma's negative, though. And if we slip 25, we could fall all the way to 20. And then that's probably it. I think the question here is if sold puts start retreating away from spot. There's bot puts in the money above us, 30, 35, 40. But if we push back up into them, they're going to squeeze out. So it's really a question of whether the bulls can build out support here and push this back to the upside or not. $582? It's probably going to depend on the auction and the QRA, right? Like for us to push above the 50 support, um, the data into the back half of the day is going to have to be pretty bullish. If there's another like decent tail on the 5-year, we're probably we might go down actually. I guess there's a chance that we get a pump into the auction, but I don't know if you're going the money off of that. I can see us retesting 40. I don't know if that's high enough. What's the SPX or the SPY conversion? Maybe. Yeah, it could, I guess. Thanks again to whoever paid my Cornish Hen membership this month. Oh shit, it's almost the end of the month. I forgot to do the thing. Here you go, fuckers. Gotcha, turd. I haven't used these in a while, but now that I've got your attention, I just want to say fuck me. I'm still poor.
Put their pickle in my jar. When you think of the numminess of GME, do you get tingles in your Pringles? GME to 25 today, or what the HNGHH jelk with J style help 3.
I know Jimmy's looking awfully flaccid at 22.50. It's already above Gamma Max. Ko-Fi echoing. Someone take advantage of that. Stop it from echoing. Jimmy already over Gamma Max. Why talk about it? I didn't want to. That's AMD looking. Ooh, good question. Nifty. I mean, if you're neutrally positioned, it's probably fine, but if you're not, it's going to be a pretty significant amount of risk. What's currently your most tinfoil theory? I don't know if I have one. How high can we go? We could fill the gap back at 40. Especially if we start squeezing off the short calls here. Short calls bot puts, actually. So 32 is pretty important right here. Resistance. And then probably like 37. Thanks for the membership. Families is where our nation finds hope. Where wings take dreams. Thanks, Jared. Welcome. Welcome to our family. Is oil going to 100 tinfoil? No, it would just be the consequence of geopolitical risk. No. Oil is a good culinary curveball for Iron Chef. Cooking with crude. Tell me where NVIDIA levels are. 140 is pretty important. There's a bunch of sold calls there. As those push into the money, bullish. As they fall out of the money, kind of bearish. Is this gonna fucking edge over 32 or what? Oh, I am slightly over leveraged on this contract. Whoopsie. Don't tell Zork. He's got puts.
Dog put their pickle in my jar after they soaked in
Red candle, get fucked, Gherk.
3.
Soaked in dog tea for several hours? What? Ew. Stop spending your options money on Ko-Fi, dork. I guess the Ko-Fi is broken. Oh, did it not read it? Fidelity really enjoys that I use their debit card to send you Ko-Fis. Yeah, they don't charge me transaction fees because I'm a shill. Because I can't possibly be what he typed. Tried, no sound? Oh, weird. I don't know what happened. We found a new lithium deposit in the US, or is this the same one from earlier? It doesn't matter. There's tons of lithium. Don't worry about it. What's up, Nuke? Is there things? Hmm. Wait, am I supposed to be doing something? Oh shit. You crazy son of a bitch, you did it. Alright. It looks like Nuke prepared you guys the finest of goon shares. The fact that it shows milliseconds is fucking epic. Man, if I didn't know better, I would have sworn that Nuke had a career at Blizzard before he met us. Reopen GS applications, let me in. If you were part of the beta, you should still have your invite. No sell, no sell. Nuke was the rise of fall of Heroes of the Storm single-handedly. You should snip that into the corner of the screen. You could. Ugh. Oh, no, I can't. Just put it over here. I don't know. I did it in like 30 minutes, but it's phenomenal. I don't like that. Makes it too small. What's it indicating? It's a countdown to the release of the meatball indicator. What about mine? 34 months. Beta approved. Thank you so much, Sir David P. Just wait until the data shows up. There's another surprise. Oh no. What have you done? What time do I have to check? Do I have to just watch the countdown the entire time or I'll miss it? The meatball indicator is the one thing I wanted in Gamma Strike. Well, it's there. I mean, yes, stare at it. I already am. Even though I have full access to the feature on other servers, I'm only gonna use that one. Like I'm gonna wait until I can use it. Because I want to feel something. Are you underestimating my ability to edge myself, SH? No, but you use 10,000 datas? That's ridiculous. That's like 80. Carvana to join the Mag 7? It's the Mag 1 of the R2K. They're gonna use their payment in kind to try to push themselves onto the S&P 500, and then they're gonna dump shares all over everybody like SMCI did. Is Carvana in IWM? Yeah. You're selling more Carvana credit spreads? The out of the money ones? No, I haven't sold any today. Maybe later this week. I feel like I just got lucky with the last ones I sold, but the dealer pricing on out of the money options is really crazy. Range up, still the same. Yeah, we can move if we can push above these bot pits, we can move up to like 40. And then there's quite a bit of resistance at 40. It'd be hard to move much higher than that. ES is trying to push up to test VWAP. Still a little short. NQ looks kind of shitty though. That might be a bit of a drag. I don't think dollar is doing very well today. Yeah, it's down like 7 bips. The front end of the yield curve is down a bit. I'm gonna consider a stop under call. Probably. Just don't know where I want to set it yet. Hmm. Consolidation still a little bit bullish there, but no short vol coming in. Not a lot of short vol coming in. Even more sold puts. Or MQ is gonna fucking slip. Hmm. Damn it. Dork, we're at a higher price than we were before. The thing, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll help you get added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Ooh. Fancy. I'm gonna lose 27 here. Yes. 50 is what they want. What, the bulls? I mean, that's where their largest support is. It's a big pile of like in the money sold puts there. Yeah, not a bad day. Yeah, what? 22 minutes till the auction. Expecting a tail? Wouldn't be surprised. Look at fucking yields today. The 10-year is almost at 4.3. I think if there's a tail on the 5, it's gonna push up above. I wonder if I can buy a Dork's option for cheaper now. Ooh, it's only $1.50. The OG ape. Hmm. Ooh. Oh, they're pumping on Q. Are you actually bearish? Not really. I mostly think we just have support at 25. But it is interesting if we lose gamma neutral. It's a decent amount of volume. I wonder if it'll be enough. Where's GN on SPX today? GN on the weekly is at 58.26.25. On the monthly, it's at 58.14. So far, I mean, right here, we're kind of bouncing off of GN. Slipped a tiny, tiny bit below it. How long do we need to sit at GN before we rip? More like, the longer we sit here, the more likely we are to fail gamma neutral. Oh, stop being so dramatic, dork.
Never told. Played strangles on a speedway. Fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind. He wandered through the alleys, searching for a place. But whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again.
We just need to manifest ES filling its gap, dork. It's gonna be okay.
A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, dork, where'd you go wrong?
Are all the memes waking up again? You know, after 3 years of this happening at the end of every single month, you think you guys would get it by now.
Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
It's almost like all of the shitty stocks are in the same ETFs, and obligations on those ETFs are covered at a specific time. How do we predict this? All you have to learn to do is count. It's an exchange traded fund, Rosolia. Not good in math. Ooh, like a basket? Yeah, actually. You could wait for IV to crash after OPEX and go long. With Theta. Autopay subscriptions are a hell of a drug. You'd never leave me, Daniel. This information seems compelling. I'd better start a subreddit to gather all like-minded individuals. Oh, Jesus. My 4-year-old can count past 100. It's pretty good. It's not DRS buy-in. Dork, your contract's not printing. I blame you. A 4-year-old can count better than I can. I could probably teach a 4-year-old how to track ETF obligations, and they'd learn it in a fucking like couple days. Not even a couple days. I could teach them in an hour. Yet you guys, who have given the information to for 3 years in a row now. The micro Gherks could beat up your 4-year-olds. Don't do it. Let me keep some of my dignity. Alright, fine. Hmm. Some of this price action is wonky as fuck. Buy more 5800s? I might. After the auction. When you see big wonky moves, does that mean a hard move one way or the other? Well, I mean, bulls are really trying to save the support, but gamma's still negative here. So, I mean, it's possible the bulls get squeezed out on the next, like, any downside move with momentum will squeeze out short puts. And if those squeeze out, I mean, technically we could drop as low as 5800. Although I feel like 5810 or 15 would be pretty decent support also. It's just gamma kind of flattens out, and so the momentum will just carry it in whatever direction it's already moving in at that point. I feel like oil could drop here. Probably. Yeah, oil's down hard today. Don't tempt me. I mean, believe it or not, I don't actually think Dork's an idiot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made him a quant. I see the reason for buying the 5800. I just think it's definitely risky. It's like a 10% chance that it prints. But if it prints, yes, I'm aware of how it works, Dork. You've got one tick to bag it. Yeah, that reminds me. I should just put a buy stop at $4 on, or like a take profit at $4. It's not guaranteed at all. Right now, if you're buying them, all you're doing is pumping the bid for the fucking put sellers. That didn't untempt me. Oh Jesus! Pickle jar gets blown up on bullshit play. Round 52. I love it when the market shorts Vana, and I'm stupid enough to try to pull an Uno reverse card on them. I mean, we are only $4 above gamma neutral. If there's a time to bet on them fucking getting squeezed out, this isn't a bad one. I've already been blown up for a while now. Nice. So I have a 5800. I bought a 5810. So you paid more money for an option that's not going to print? I'm all bark. I don't even have my brokerage open. I'm washing dishes. Getting everybody riled up, Gen. Don't tell 1 second guy about color. I won't. We spelled it wrong. One second, guys. I'll be right back. Bob timed out for lying about his opinion. Come on, here's the auction. Let's see the 10-year go to 4.35. You can do it. Yield before auction 4.122 for the 5-year. 70 billion. Also, it's a big auction on the 5-year. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, 5-year came in at 4.138. Holy shit. Damn. That's a big old 16-point tail. What was the 3-year? Or 3-month? It was a 3-month too, right? Market might care. They shorted vol pretty fucking hard into the print. The spreads got blown out there for a second. Then you're hit 4-3. Nice. Mm. Shells are still bullish. They're getting less bullish. Quickly. Anything that implies heightened forward inflation expectations has been pretty bullish, but now it's getting too high. Tails are not bullish on a rate cut, or they're extremely bullish on a rate cut. That's a little more accurate. Not bullish for bonds. Ooh. Out of the money puts are trimming back a little bit. When JPM small collar roll last day of the month. It's not the smallest color. It's like the medium one. Hmm. Carvana going to 250 after horrible earnings? Probably not. Maybe 220. Why even a pit, dude? They're just like 5800s in case gamma neutral fails. Why you in a call? Are you in a mood? Fair enough. It's not even above $2 yet. So they've trapped everyone to the downside. A reversal is incoming, and we've been range bound for 2 weeks now. We've been range bound because there's no upside positioning. There's just a bunch of sold calls underneath us, or sold puts. No one's buying anything to the upside at all. We just overnight pump and then they all sell off. Bear sign if we hit 5780. Interesting. That's a lot of range. We'd have to squeeze out a lot of fucking pits for that to happen. But I'll consider it. We do start squeezing pits if we fall below 20, 23, or, yeah, below GN. I just want to fill that sweet downside gap on ES. $57.80 not happening today. I mean, it could. Getting under 10 would be really tough, though. If we lost 58.10, we could slide. The MM's long a lot of fucking puts underneath us. And someone's long a lot of puts above us, too. $56.80 and 2 ticks. Let's fucking go. Fucking ridiculous. Sometimes I like to buy an idiot put and then go full bear and shout at the sky. How's that working out for you? Well, currently in the bargaining stage. Interesting. Oh, look, we kind of bounced off the low again. Hmm. Ooh. Hard bounce with a gappy. Time is it? 1:30. Still negative gamma. $59.80 and 2 ticks. Let's go. Trying to push it before 12:30. It's 1:22. Not averaging down that pit. If I wanted to average it down, I just would have closed it when I went back to break even. It's not really a megaphone. Kind of flat. Yeah. My cat just stepped on my keyboard, and I think I reported one of y'all's comments. I think you'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Ban? That seems excessive. Hmm. Sorry, my cat typed that. Well played, sir. The guy just snitched on his cat. A ban should be the minimum. Hmm. Interesting. I never thought of it that way. A lot of mic hum today. Don't say that too fast. Can't believe you said it. Why would I miss the opportunity? Hmm. So, pretty hard resistance at 40, 35. Another VWAP test on ES. What's NQ doing? NQ consolidation looks a little bit more bullish. Tested 50, 20, 506. $132. Hmm. Bearish on 15. Bearish on 5. Slightly bullish there. Kind of topping out. What is that god awful echo? I have no idea. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why the fucking dehumidifiers, or it's not a dehumidifier, it's an air filter. Maybe I just need to lower the threshold. The 60 hertz is relaxing. It's it's back. It's like the low hum is like opening the noise gate, I think. Hmm. I don't know what that means. I don't think so. Maybe that'll be better. Air filter gone. I just moved the close threshold up. Although I'm not really sure I understand what any of that actually means. It doesn't have a high pass filter. It only lets you through if you yell loud enough. Yeah, I understand how the noise gate works. I just don't know the difference between the close and open and where they need to be. Could you turn up the vocal fry? No, I just have the amount that I have. You're gonna have to deal with it. Ooh, Head and Shoulders. You don't have a high pass filter? No, I don't think so. Dork, if you want, we can just do a video call. And fix all the goodies. Open is for when you open your mouth and words are coming out. Closed is for when it's not. Do I want the close higher than the open? Or open higher than the close? Gherkin with auto tune? We could crush 0 DTEs. Right now, the close threshold is negative 42 decibels. Open is negative 38. Move the close one exactly to the open one. What? Life will be easier. Okay, now they're at the same exact level. And then I'll turn myself up a little bit, I guess. Hmm. Is this gonna fail? This is so fucking boring. Why can't the bulls just let the natural progression of the massive gap on futures occur? It's back. Interesting. What's up, Willie? Yeah, I think the problem is that, like, yeah, the open is not high enough. I can't hear anything, so we're all good here. Fantastic. That's what I wanted to hear. What if I told you you could remove it entirely? Somewhere like that, I think. Find your fucking equalizer? Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't have one of those. Okay, and what? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's no equalizer. This is all Dork's fault, probably. You guys turn off the Tom DeLonge extension while you're at it. I'm sick of these California vowels. Yeah, stop turning Pi-Fi into a pro streamer, or soon he'll start shilling Boom Hunter Pro and Raid Shadow Legends. Hey, listen, I only started this stream so I could sell Raid Shadow Legends. So far, I've been completely unsuccessful. Like Popcorn's profitability. You turn your threshold back down. I don't even know what you're talking about. What threshold? Stop making up words. Your voice is cutting in and out now. Of course it is. Hmm. What do you want? Popcorn? OBS does not have an equalizer. Version 29.0 has a simple 3-band equalizer filter. Google. Thanks, Bert Stew. That's the gate closing too early. A hint? How do I make money? Wait, didn't you open a business and then sell it? That's a good way of making money. I don't know. Have you tried not going long puts on everything that tickles your fancy? I don't know how to change the version of OBS I have. Just relax the settings a hair and you'll be perfect. You mean put them back to where I had them before when everyone was complaining? Alright, let me know if that's better. You're 75 years old? I'm not downloading a new version of OBS. Do you know how fucking long it takes to set up all the shit on the, like, the sources and stuff? Fuck that. Twerk is so mad right now because I don't know what he's talking about. And I already have the most up-to-date version of OBS. Once we download like some shitty old version of OBS to get some 3-band equalizer that they removed. I don't know where it is. It's not for the microphone, it's for like playback audio. It's right next to the clitoris. Now you're just making shit up. I'm turning down my care knob. That'll be fine, but no, I don't want to spend 25 grand on a 14 RU setup that makes me sound amazing. Of course not. How to make money on stocks not called BBBY. Which stock? Usually, I mean, the most simple form would be to buy companies that you think are cheaper than they should be and wait for them to be worth more. Is there a single company that's cheap right now? Sure, there's like a bunch of shit in the utility sector. Wait, don't you own AT&T? There's like utility, energy. It's all kinds of fun stuff. There's treasuries. You can just collect interest from the US government. Not cheap enough. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Fubo? That's what I'm doing now. I'm almost all treasuries. I sold mine, but I'll probably get back into them again. Not gonna lie, it pays well. Yeah, it's not bad. Volume's pretty low on Fubo today, considering the price move. It's just so boring. Yeah, it is. Hmm. They're chilling until the QRA. Yeah, probably. It's like another hour of chop. Hmm. Flatten to QRA, or they try to pump and fill the gap before it starts. Positioning on the chain isn't really changing much. Gamma still falls off to the downside. There's still resistance to the upside of 35. Is 35 a fortress, or is the weight of 30 pulling down SPX? There's just bot puts here. If we break out at 30, upside runs. Yeah, we could. Out to like 50 or 55. Dark has a stop? There's no support. No, they're just for the QRA if we slip gamma neutral. Hmm. Today, watching Fubo is the most interesting thing going on in the market. There's some shit that's moving. The finance sector is doing alright. Tech's doing okay. Most of the gains were just from this morning, though. Do you have a trade flow that sounds like a warning in a 1950s radio? Oh, I don't know. What's the refunding announcement? Where I get my money back from these dead calls? No, it's Yellen's gonna announce how much like debt they're gonna issue over the next fiscal quarter. With Oing Nai idiot trade? What? Finally getting some weakness, perhaps? I don't know. Looks like it's holding. Can the QRA be revised? Yeah, and it frequently is. What would be bearish for the QRA? More debt. More debt than expected. I think right now they're expecting like 600 billion in issuance. So more than that would be not good. Is less than 600 billion, is that bullish or just meh? I mean, it'd probably be bullish. It doesn't really make a difference, but is it a video link in here? You can't, but you can send it on the Discord. I don't think you can post links to the YouTube chat. Your stream is lagging. Yeah, bitrate's down. There's been something wrong with the YouTube ingest servers for the last like week and a half. I can't do much about it. I can switch servers, but like the problem just comes back. You end up getting a lot of, it's not lag, but it's just buffering. Can you tell Fuba to go ahead and leg up? Thanks. That'd be pretty cool. I would enjoy that. It's been a long time since it's done big pumpies. Do Vana. What do you need Voma for? We have speed in Vana. Voma's kind of pointless. Spreads got real wide there for a second. That's because Gamma flips negative here. You mentioned Fubo and it went up 2 cents. Nice. I know what VOMA is. You just don't need to, like, you don't need to understand the change in implied volatility, or, well, the sensitivity to implied volatility in gamma. Like, for trading purposes. For option selling, sure, but only $40 more of downside before our puts will be worth $1.50. Yep. I mean, if the QRA is bad, this thing can fucking dump really hard, right? Feel like I'm okay with that. I went into the toilet last Saturday. I heard the chat box slows down streaming. What? I have it open in a different fucking window. It's not open. I don't have it open on the stream. What would be Fubo's general buyout value? I'd expect they'd try to get like 700 million, or maybe maybe over $1 billion. I think they turned down an offer at some point. I don't remember what it was for. Wasn't very much. What's that per share? Another 300 million in market cap. Uh, another. Hmm. I don't know what their float. What's their float now? I doubt GME would buy out Fubo. $1 billion would be like, I think, like over $5 a share. I'm not. Hold on. 3, 4. QRA is at 3 o'clock. I would dump Fubo if Ryan Cohen bought it. Well, yeah, because it ripped to the fucking moon first. Give or take 5-ish? Doesn't Fubo have a 200 million float? That's what I thought. 315... Oh, bigger float. I don't know. Maybe more. She's outstanding closer to 330 million. Interesting. For profitability. Back in like 2021, I think Fubo's market cap hit something like 7 billion ish. I mean, the refunding announcement is at 3 p.m. That's what time it's at. I don't know what you mean 3 p.m. that drags out till market close. Up $1, dilute. This is the way. How realistic is the Simply Wall Street app's $42 fair value for Fubo? Excessive. Is anyone else holding McDonald's calls? I'm not. I think somebody wanted to go long McDonald's in the Discord. I don't remember who it was though. $13.8 billion market cap at 42 is silly for a company still losing money. Yeah. I mean, the thing about Fubo is that it's kind of hard to determine where an upside will land because it's hard to value like subscription streaming services, especially if they have concurrent user growth. And so they tend to carry really high multiples that maybe don't last a long time, but they can still carry high multiples for short periods of time while their subscriber base is growing. So, I mean, I don't think it would be unrealistic to see Fubo get, like above 5 or maybe even like 10 if they keep doing what they're doing, or they're able to push through the antitrust case in a more timely manner. Although that can take fucking years. But if the market reprices them, they could get repriced really rapidly, and they could get priced up significantly higher than what their fair valuation would be. And I like the management, so I've stayed in it. Have you talked about the 22-hour ARCA trading thing yet? They're just extending after-hours trading for ARCA. Or, well, they're discussing the possibility of extending after-hours trading for ARCA. It's not going to make a difference for us. This is going to be like shit'll just trade later into the night and start earlier in the morning. Maybe the exchanges are losing too much money on ARB. They're getting pissy about it. Sports streaming rights are gold. Yeah, Fubo's been very good about getting their hands on a lot of fairly lucrative streaming rights, despite their lack of capitalization. Is correlation finally breaking down? Oh my god. Just keep doing that. Yeah, Japanese parliament's going to be a shit show until they can coalesce into some unified front, which, the LDP is going to try to do. Whether they're going to be successful in that effort or not, I have no idea. But I feel like while things are kind of up in the air, we're not going to see any major shifts in monetary policy out of Japan. It's pretty much flat, but it's kind of exciting. Flat's better than down. I mean, it's fucking held its own, and it hasn't fallen below delisting standards for quite some time, so I'm pretty happy about where it is. I have I have like no cost basis, so I mean, I guess I don't really care if it goes south, but it'd be a lot nicer if it kind of got repriced. And the accumulation over the last few months looks really good. Bob's been timed out today already. Explain what you mean by accumulation. I mean, it's the period following an extended period of sell pressure, in which you generally see buying occur in lower ranges, where that the effect of that net buying slowly starts to increase the price over time. I complimented his food and he timed me out. Fucking bulls are building too much sold put support to the downside. I don't like it. I want them to get squeezed. Squeeze them. Is the QRA a big enough data point to move the SPX $30 in either direction? Yeah. Yes, it is. I think it's, well, I mean, losing 27 here is kind of a big deal. This is where we start to, like, 25 is where the majority of bullish support is. So if we were to slip this, you know, we could move down pretty hard. Gamma's quite negative here already. Tesla lost 270. Oh, nice. Yeah, Tesla looked a bit tapped out earlier. Imagine the auctions we just got and a massive QRA. Fuck. It's worth gambling some gains on, I think. Ah. Doesn't look like we're slipping. I mean, we did slip. We're just bouncing after slipping. Gamma goes up rapidly to the upside, and it goes down rapidly to the downside. So this range is like really good for very like 58.35 is positive 28 billion gamma. 58.30 is negative 34 billion gamma. So the accumulation of gamma between the two strikes is basically like a straight line up and down. It's fucking just rockets up and down it. That's the, yeah, so like the 32, 37, 25 type of ranges is because that's where the next strike starts to get hedged. And so it's usually where you run into more resistance. Is this a good moment to buy a strangle? Could be. Does the time change soon? I think so. November 3rd. Hmm. Hold on 1 second, guys. Woo, 4 more minutes. Is oil free yet? No. No, I wasn't trading CL when it went negative. seconds. Oop, there's the refunding announcement. U.S. Treasury expects to borrow $546 billion in quarter four, $823 billion in quarter one, 2025. Interesting random spike. Snap back to mean. Gamma right here at like 31 is basically a 0. $1.3 trillion over the next 2 quarters, which is quite a lot. Not meh. I mean, quarter one's heavy. Wish Moody's would downgrade us already. There's really not any bulls. There's just put sellers. There's put sellers and call sellers, and that's fucking about it. Not enough for drastic moves. I mean, it is. We just haven't had a move yet. AJ, I'm pretty sure you've regretted everything you've ever done. Where do we close today? I would say higher, a little higher, unless we get some momentum. Or just here. Here would work. I know that's not very interesting, but... QRA is dumping about 1.4 billion by end of fiscal 2025. Almost 1.4 trillion, sorry. Someone bought 100K out of the money puts right now. What happens? Probably not fucking much. The MM swallows them whole. Yeah. I guess it would depend what strike they bought them at. If they bought them at 25, they could trigger a squeeze. But who the fuck's gonna sell them 100,000 puts at once? Kenny has to sell them, but there's no predetermined price he has to sell them at. And if someone just put in like a market order for 100K 58.25 contracts, the short put position at that strike would just blow up. And probably every strike below it. Wouldn't that be profitable? It's extremely risky. Then do it. Why would I do it? Fuck you, do it. You get wrecked by Theta on the mother of all bounces. Oh, this is fun. Vol's starting to tick up a bit. 10 years up a little. Down from where it was earlier, though. Let's hope for 57.90 end of day. Maybe. Vol up, SPX flat. For now. There's like zero gamma at 31. There's nothing to move price except positioning. So the weight of this has to shift one way or the other. Charm may not have a ton of effect into the end of the day here. There's a lot of sold puts below us. Bought calls above us. Setups where you have flat gamma in one direction or the other have momentum pushing the price. So because the gamma is flat in the range, the price continues to move through the range because there's really nothing to stop it or slow it down. Why'd you buy a call? In case something squeezes off. Also, I had fucking $80, so I bought a call. I think you're assigning far too much thought to the position. Don't ghost positions. But it's Hallow Week? What? Is there a written rule that there can be no conflicts during market hours or weekdays? Well, mostly just market hours, but also ideally not on weekdays. Yeah, everyone's in agreement. I was perusing a new subreddit that taught regards how to count days, and it led me here in Moon. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Fubo's having a nice day. It's not above $2, which is unfortunate. But it's doing stuff. I made 18K back that I stupidly YOLO'd into endurable end phase ticker. I'm back, baby. Oh boy. Well, that's good. Used to play Party City around this time of year. Yeah, seasonally. Unfortunately, Spirit of Halloween is not publicly traded, at least as far as I know. Could you put a few more long red Johnsons on the chart when you get a minute? If we could fall through gamma neutral, you might get them, but we haven't, so far no go. Boeing is showing 19 billion in stock. Nice. What I'm hearing is this will fail after market close. I mean, I don't know if the QRA was that bad. I might just stay right here after market close, and then stay right here for the rest of the fucking week. For all eternity, we trade right here. Between 58.20 and 58.50. Very exciting. Kirk over here telling scary stories for Halloween. It could be short MSTR. Why would I do that? Everyone's trying to risk on their dollar leverage. If it really explodes, it could go back up to, I mean, depending on, I think it's going to depend largely on the antitrust case and if that's resolved sooner rather than later. But I mean, upon the resolution of that, I mean, there's a pretty fat short position on Fubo. I'd imagine it would get squeezed out, so it could be. I mean, who knows? The stock used to be like $40. The last time they had some moderately good news, it went from like $2 to $8. I would say that an outsized move could be expected. Had an outsized move this morning, and I had to get the plunger. Nice. A move to 30? I don't know what it's... I mean, I feel like its PE ratio upon turning profitable would explode, right? Because profitable streaming services with growing user bases tend to attract a lot of investment capital. Holy fuck, this is boring.
Pickle jar member put their pickle in my jar. Thank you for your stream 10.
Thank you for your stream. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Let's see, 32 gap. Just someone do something. Jesus fucking Christ. If we go above, like... What? 30... So if we go above, like, 30... 34? No. We gotta break 37. 58, 37. Or we fall below 58, 24. This thing's gonna fucking rocket. But here? Jack shit. So hopefully someone squeezes someone. Because this is fucking so unbelievably boring. Do you know anything about Joby? Yeah, what about him? A little bit. I mean, like, I'm not like I've traded it a bunch of times, but I'm not really interested in their fundamentals. Classic jack shit range of the past 3 weeks. So you don't like it when all our moves are in the overnight session, Dave? It's almost not even a meme anymore. Yeah. I've been pretty bullish on their fundamentals since like I don't know, it was like early like July, August of 2022. I like the leadership's turnaround plan. I think they have a few decent markets that they can exploit. Hmm. Netflix 750 seems like a strong support. I don't think it is. Well, it wasn't Friday. So a little bit below there. Seven it moved up, but 749. The major support was at 740, but that's trimmed back a little bit. So I'd say if it could lose 749, it might start to fall a little faster. Some of the tech companies that already had earnings, but they just weren't very good. We might see those start to get a little bearish. See the link on Discord for OBS. Thank you so much, Bert Stew. $58.75 tomorrow, or not likely. $58.75 tomorrow. I could look at positioning for tomorrow. What data do we have? I know we have a bunch of data. We have jolts tomorrow, which is going to be a big deal, and it's after market open. Maybe. If jolts is strong, I would say probably. Ooh. Japan did it tonight. I think just unemployment and like an auction, right? Not anything huge. I mean, Japan data doesn't matter right now. Their government's a shit show. I don't think we're gonna see a big effect out of Japanese macro data for at least a few weeks until one of the parties starts to consolidate some parliamentary power. It's too fractured, and the Bank of Japan is already reticent to make any moves, right? And they're even less likely to do it if they feel like they don't have political support. Later, Bert. Oh my god, is Seamill's name Ernie? Please tell me his name is Ernie. Even if it's a lie, just tell me that's his name. That's his name? Oh, yes. That's awesome. You guys should start a married people's YouTube account called Bert and Ernie. You should call it Bert and Ernie Stew. Whatever happened to Jim Martin's wife? She blew up her account. All right. It's Ernesto, but everyone calls him Ernie. That's I don't care about the details. No, it's not. Sorry, you son of a bitch. Can you change it? Ernesto, stop playing. Can we meet in the middle? Can I call you Kearney? I think I got banned for saying Jim. That makes sense. The Carvana CEO, his name is Ernesto. If we do squeeze, is it likely we mean revert back to... Oh, would you fuck off, AJ? God damn. You know, sometimes at the end of the day, I'm like, I could talk about where this could close and what the price could do. And then AJ opens his fucking mouth, and I don't want to say anything. Because I know somehow, if he trades it, he'll ruin it. Even if I made money on it, it would just be ruined. I already have my strangle. Ugh. I'll change it for 25 0 DTE options that win at the end of the day. Let me think about it. Wait, do I have to buy the options? If I buy the options and they win, I'm keeping the money. And you can go on being named Craig or Carl or whatever it is. Whatever uncool name that you have that should be Ernie. Trash Dan for mod. Maybe that's what we need to do. Shake things up. Make a Dan a mod. Break one of the core fundamental rules of the pickle jar. You already did, Carl. Carl was not a Dan. Why am I still a pigeon whale? Why haven't you bought Pontiff yet? JFresh for mod one day. Dork already is a mod. Well, half mod. I did buy Pontiff. Prepare for my chargeback. I'm gonna fight it. If you make me go to New Jersey, you're paying me. Can we go down? I don't really know if we go anywhere. Stop wasting your milestone chats, you regards. I can teach you how to lose Pigeonwell without your name becoming red in Discord. It's red isn't the color for people who paper hand Pigeonwell. It's shit brown. And I just haven't changed your thing yet, but I'll do that now. Thanks for the reminder. Guac Daddy? Building takeover interest from bio firms, including Advent, Bain, and EQT sources. Huh. Neat. Market no go up. Market no go down. This is everything I hate. We got 20 minutes. Let's move 100 basis points. And then also close right here. Ooh, that'd be awesome. Or set a record for tightest daily range ever traded on SPX. You guys remember that like 3-month period where GME traded like $1 in either direction? Everyone's over leveraged, and I just want someone to squeeze someone out. I don't think it's very complicated. Ooh. Why is GoEV below $1? I don't fucking know, man. Because that's what it's worth. I mean, it's actually worth 0. It's drastically overvalued. Why is Upstart not $20? When was it going to go back to $20? I mean, it probably will at some point, but not right now. Support in like the $40 range is pretty strong. What in the fuck is that noise? Is somebody playing piano? Hmm. If I owned a pharmaceutical company, I would create a disease, create a cure, and profit. Huh. Alternatively, you could just do the second 2 steps. Same like. You forgot paying off insurance companies to negotiate it into their coverage. Ooh, smart. This isn't fun at all. The market has been just awful the last couple of weeks. I mean, nothing tomorrow morning is gonna, like, all of that data just kind of pales in comparison to Jolts. It'll just be Jolts. Jolts is what matters. Trade balance might affect like GDP expectations, but lame. I figured it'd have to be. Jolts pre-election really going to be considered bearish? Press X to doubt. We'll see. Are you suggesting that the BLS is fixing the data to favor one political party over another? Probably. Yeah, actually makes sense. Dork makes Michelin star quality dishes. I know. I've seen them. He's really upped his game since the pork chop days. Pub's finally given in. Michelin standards have really fallen off. Weren't pork chop days last week? Yeah, same thing. That was a fun market crash. I know. See you guys in 5 years. U.S. issued a warning to Iran at the United Nations today, stating that any further aggressive actions against Israel or U.S. personnel in the region will result in severe consequences. Oh, neat. Jimmy, time for an offering? It must be getting close. Oh, shit. Hmm. Yes, gonna fill its gap in the last 4 minutes of the day. That'd be fucking cool. 1 second. Tesla below 264. Interesting. Can DJT MOASS? He owns 53% of the float. I don't think that's true. Source? Numbers Head and Shoulders on Google. I think it's the least overpriced of the Mag 7. They also have earnings, so probably have to wait that out. But yes, it does have one. It wasn't strange. We talked about GME ETF FTDs last week. Why are these always so shocking for people? They literally happen at the same time every month, like a clock. And then everyone comes in here and they're like, oh my god, GME's doing a thing. Magic. Why do we still care about GME? Because people have a bunch of bags that they never offloaded. Alright. End of the most boring day of price action ever. Looks like the market maker won. Big time. So just fucking up and then flat for the rest of the day. 27 points on the day. No break of the upside resistance on the trend, and no failure of gamma neutral on the monthly. We did, however, close slightly below gamma neutral on the weekly contract, which is kind of interesting. It's not super interesting, but I guess it's better than nothing. Over here on ES, we have failed. Well, we've failed the trend from that bounce. Why is that moved? Oh, maybe I was just measuring it. We've also failed the bear flag a second time, without a break to the upside of the downtrend there. What does that set us up for? Well, I mean, tomorrow's probably data dependent, so I would say that this could just turn right around and break out to the upside again, 5906 or 592750, providing the JOLTS data is good. However, if it is not, we may find that this level can be lost pretty quickly, especially on a loss of 5850, and a fall towards the bearish range. I don't know what the fuck that is. Commodities dropping pretty hard today with the de-escalation out of Israel, or well, assumed de-escalation because they didn't strike any significant military targets in Iran, or well, any oil or nuclear targets in Iran. Yields up today, dollar down actually. So dollar kind of flattening out here against resistance. Not that it won't necessarily continue up. It could, especially with the data later this week. But there is right now a presumption that last month's NFP data was kind of a one-off, and that we're going to see that data kind of revert back to mean with this month's print. However, if labor remains strong, that's very inflationary. And we will likely see yields at the top end of the curve and the dollar rise in the back half of the week with stronger labor data. That's starting with JOLTS tomorrow. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month starting to break apart again. The 3-month correlations holding a little stronger, but 1-month correlation is starting to fall off. This means we're likely seeing more short vol come in. I know broadly earnings are expected to be down this quarter, and we may be starting to see some call selling on the underlying components of the indexes, especially because all of them are already, they've already kind of run to the top of their chains respectively. And so without much room to the upside, people are, likely to sell vol into what they expect to be negative earnings. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of the effect of that, but not enough yet to really move indexes. Carry trade leverage broke above 803 today. So despite Dixie being down, mostly against the euro and the pound, the dollar was up against the yen. And that leverage increased pretty significantly. The forward yield on volatility at 5.11%, slightly above the Fed funds rate into close here today. This could spark a bit of a run on volatility, especially going into the morning. I expect that right now what we're seeing is the effect of hedging the event risk. But however, if there is risk realized in the event, we will probably see demand for long vol pick up. And then we might see a reduction in the leverage in the carry trade and an increase in the forward yield and volatility. This is especially true if the yield curve uninverts, although I think the only thing that's going to do that, or has the potential to do that this week, is Yellen's issuance announcement, like the QRA on Wednesday, or Possibly NFP if it comes in very strong again. We could see the yield curve, move back into inversion on the 10 and 2. Bond vol's staying fairly flat, although I do think it picked up a little bit today, and still a bit divergent from correlation, which also isn't really moving much. Skew pulled back a little bit Friday, but we didn't really see much of a bullish reaction today, and I would say that by the looks of it, we've seen increased tail risk hedging today, so we'll probably see skew move down a little bit tomorrow or tonight. 40.55% of the S&P below its 20-day moving average, so not a lot of breadth coming in to hold this up. Even though Dow and Russell overperformed a little bit today, most of the index weighting, especially in a market cap weighted index like the S&P is, tech, right? And without any big move in tech, we're unlikely to see prices fall, and we're probably not going to see any big moves in tech until after their earnings are done later this week. Correlation with VIX actually flat between VX and cash VIX. Out on the weekly this week, I believe, moved down just a smidge. So a little bit more short vol coming in, but nothing significant, right? Like, we're not seeing short volatility positioning like we were seeing back from like October to July, right? The fear of the uncertain environment is much higher. And the confidence in the short vol trade is massively shaken, right? If we were seeing short vol come in hot and heavy and ready to push this thing to 6,000, this correlation would be breaking down very, very quickly, and it's not. And this is one of the reasons why like the bulls really aren't right here either. The bears aren't, because we have support, and we're really unlikely to break that until there's some sort of news. But the bulls aren't doing anything either. Right? They're not piling into short vol. They're not buying out of the money positioning. They're not pushing to drive the market higher. They're just sitting here. And a lot of this looks like profit taking, or at least getting ready to take profits in the event that news doesn't move in a favorable way. And with the election coming up and the shitload of data we have over the next 2 weeks, it's likely we could just continue to stagnate until something big happens. And then even if that data is big, if it's if we still have more stuff coming up, we might get like a quick move in price and then snap back to that kind of mean reversion where everyone's positioned. Fed fund futures now pricing in even fewer rate cuts after today's auctions, mostly. Tails on the 2 and 5 year were fairly significant. The bond market's expectation for inflation is going to continue to rise, and that is going to put some downward pressure on the Fed's ability to loosen monetary policy over the next few meetings, possibly over the next few quarters, maybe over the next year. So what was being priced in is 100 points of rate cuts by the end of this year and 150 by what we're looking at here, which is June of 2025, is now down to about half of that. And I think there's a pretty good likelihood that we don't see a cut out of the Fed at this meeting at all. Obviously, it'll be dependent on labor, but I think there's a pretty good chance labor remains strong alongside GDP coming in at 3.25%, 3.5%. So I don't see any reason for us to see significant contraction on the labor market. The dollar is still strong. Spending is still up. The consumer is, not retreated. At least their sentiment has improved. They're not buying big things, which is detrimental, but they are buying things. Smaller purchases, more frequent smaller purchases, but less reliance on credit. And so we're starting to see the housing market take a little bit of a hit, and we're going to get home prices this week, which I don't expect to be very good, especially because rates went up and inventory is at the highest levels since like before 2019. I mean, nobody wants to get a loan at 7%. Even, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday too. Even the financially uneducated don't somewhat understand the burden of that loan. And while they may have been more willing to take loans out at 4 and 5%, this is really starting to dry up the market of available buyers, right? Which means that as more and more sellers come to the market and don't find buyers, supply is going to increase. That should drive prices down. However, driving prices down won't be enough to catalyze buyers, right? That's not the way the housing market works. If those rates remain high, those buyers are going to still wait on the sidelines. Especially once houses start pricing down, because then buyers are going to get greedy. They're going to be like, oh, I'll wait for it to get even cheaper than it is now, and even cheaper than it is now, and so that kind of perpetuates a cycle of that. And so something to keep an eye on. I've been watching the real estate market and home prices regionally a lot more closely lately, because that's starting to weaken substantially. Also, the commercial real estate sector is still shit. Spread between the 10-2 holding at positive 14.3%. And that's probably about it. I'd keep an eye on Japan tonight. They have, I think, employment data, which I don't think it's expected to change much, but it may. There's a 2-year JGB auction, which could have some effect on spreads. Tomorrow morning, we're going to see German consumer confidence. That might be important, especially if it continues to fall. I think there's a 5-year bond auction. We have balance of trade in the morning, and that'll be important. That's mostly like a GDP modifier, right? So we're going to be, balance of trade has continued to fall pretty steadily over the last several months, and the deficit's increasing, right? So we're likely to continue to see that deficit increase. However, it really doesn't have an effect on anything except GDP. No one's really actively trading that outside of their growth expectations. We have Red Book in the morning, which will give us a little bit of insight into spending habits, but I think home prices and jolts are by far going to be the most important data tomorrow. Fed services, if it falls again, Dallas Fed services could be kind of impactful, but probably not. It'll probably all pale in comparison to jolts. Later in the day, once jolts is shaken off a bit, we have a 42-day and a 52-week bill auction, and then we have a 2-year FRN and a 7-year note. I would say that the FRN and the 7-year note have a potential to shake things up, but there's a really good chance that, based on the positioning I was looking at into tomorrow and the next day and out into Friday, we just don't move much until we get NFP. And even if we do, we will probably just mean revert back. So, if we get like a big boost from, like jolts data, we'll probably just snap back to, like 58, 30, 50 again. Or, even if we go to the downside, same thing. Because everyone's really just building all of their positioning, right around that range on the SPX. And so, if we move this way, then, we'll slip back. If we move this way, we'll slip back. And that looks like it's going to persist probably into NFP or into the end of the month. So... Anyway, that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no.